All right, good morning, members of council. This is our special council meeting of Friday, November the 28th, 2025. It is 11 a.m. and I will call the meeting to order and acknowledge that all members of council are present except for Councillor Cox, who does send his regrets. First item is the adoption of the agenda. Sorry, I'll go back to the tangent land acknowledgement and put that right in front of me. The township of Adjala-Tosorontio is situated on the lands within Treaty 18, being the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe peoples, including the Ojibwe, the Odawa, and the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. This land is home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We acknowledge Indigenous peoples as stewards of the land, and we honor their resilience as well as their culture and of our shared respect for the lands, plants, animals, and waterways which sustains us all. We recognize the injustices against Indigenous peoples and are mindful that the decisions of government impact our shared land and all the inhabitants. We commit to reconciliation as a journey to foster Indigenous cultural awareness and educational opportunities, establish respectful and healthy relations with Indigenous peoples, continue to steward the land and its inhabitants, and to cultivate an inclusive community for all. So we're on item 2, which is the adoption of the agenda. The recommendation is that the agenda for the special council meeting held on Friday, November 28th, 2025 be adopted as presented. Do you have a mover for that recommendation? Councillor Simpson. Second by Deputy Mayor Laux. Any questions on the agenda? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, with regards to the in-camera portion of this meeting, it just says the Everett development. For transparency purposes to the public, can we have that defined a little better? Is it the Barzo and Farsight development, or is it the Barzo, Farsight, and West Everett development?
So I'll go to the clerk for clarification, but we are entering into confidential closed session for 3 purposes, but mainly, as it's noted there, to form a plan, a position, a procedure, and a criteria for instructions to staff for the Everett development. So I'll look to the clerk for clarification, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Meadows. As indicated on the agenda, we are going into closed session today to speak to development in Everett in general.
Okay, Councillor Meadows.
Yeah, supplemental to that. Currently, we only have 2 developments on the go, which is Farsight and Barzo, and that's why I asked the question. Before we go in closed, I haven't looked at anything, so I just want to make sure that it's covered properly for the public.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on the agenda? All right, all those in favor of the acceptance of the agenda? That is carried. All right, item 3 is disclosure of pecuniary interests. If anyone has the disclosure at this time, I'll hear it, and if not, anytime during the meeting, if you do find yourself in that situation, please declare. And we're on to item 4, which is presentations. So we have one presentation from Kartik Sali, our planner, with regards to the subdivision approval process overview. We will have that on the screens as well, but everyone has a copy, hard copy on desk for you to follow along as well and to take any notes. And with that, I'll hand it over to the CAO for introduction first on this, and then to staff, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. So what Kartik is going to present is just a overall, in general, subdivision approval process. We're going to take it basically from cradle to grave, as they say, starting off right from the beginning and moving all the way through to assumption. So these processes, even though there's no timelines, do vary, but they could take up to 20 years or more, depending on the process and the applicant and the quality of their work. So what we wanted to do was just give generalities in this particular presentation about how the subdivision process moves through all the different planning processes and all the different engineering processes, just to give council kind of a better understanding of what is submitted and what is required through most of the subdivision processes. Again, this does not speak to certain specifics It doesn't speak to site plan as an example, even though site plan may be baked into some of the processes. It doesn't speak to particular things like, say, low-income housing or that kind of thing where they do have special processes. This is, again, high-level generalities. And again, we're open to questions as we move along. Excuse me. So as we move along, if you have any questions, please ask. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Sally.
Thank you, Chris. Good morning, Your Worship and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to present this overview of the subdivision approval process. My goal today is to walk through the key stages of the process, highlight where council's authority is exercised, and clarify how planning staff and applicants interact at each milestone. While I'm leading today's presentation, I want to note that Manager of Planning Services, Greg Merrick, who has overseen numerous subdivision files, is available to speak to any planning questions that may arise. And when we reach the later stage of municipal infrastructure acceptance and assumption, our CAO, Chris, will be available to address any questions related to that part of the process. I'll be focusing today on providing a clear overview of the statutory subdivision application process. Next slide, please. Thank you. This slide shows the full life cycle of subdivision application. We divided the process into 9 steps, beginning with pre-consultation and ending with acceptance and assumption of municipal infrastructure. The planning portion of the process runs from step 1 through step 8, covering application submission, circulation, public meeting, draft plan approval, appeals, clearance of conditions, and registration. After step 8, the engineering portion takes over, with step 9 focused on acceptance and assumption of municipal infrastructure. This ensures that all works are constructed to township standard and properly maintained before they are assumed. I'll walk briefly through each step of the registration to highlight where council's role is required and where staff and external agencies take the lead. Next slide, please. Thank you. To help clarify roles throughout the subdivision process, the presentation uses a simple color-coded system. Light green is for township staff responsibilities. These are administrative, procedural, or technical steps. Light gray is for council's responsibilities. These are key decision points where council's authority is exercised. And unhighlighted part is applicant's responsibilities or information-only items that provide context but do not require staff or council action. Next slide, please. This is the step 1, pre-consultation. Pre-consultation is the first formal interaction between the applicant and planning staff. Before scheduling the meeting, we request a concept plan, a cover letter outlining the proposal, a completed pre-consultation form, and required associated fee for the pre-consultation. This information gives staff enough context to review the proposal effectively. During the meeting, the applicant walks through the concept and staff identify the studies and need of any other planning application or if Oak Ridge's marine conservation policies apply. Following the meeting, planning staff issue a detailed pre-consultation letter that includes a list of required supporting studies, a submission checklist, or any specialized requirements tied to the proposal. This can include planning justification, servicing and stormwater reports, environmental and archaeological assessments, transportation studies, and many more. A sample checklist is provided to council to illustrate the level of detail and upfront work expected before an application is deemed complete. Thank you. Next slide, please. This slide lists additional studies that may be required depending upon the nature of the proposal, such as active transportation report, agricultural impact assessment, financial impact analysis, environmental impact assessment. Requirements can vary significantly based on factors like site topography, natural features or constraints, scale of the development, surrounding land uses, and availability of municipal servicing. Next slide, please. This is our step 2 complete application. Once the applicant has completed pre-consultation and received their checklist, they submit a formal plan of subdivision application. This includes the application form, all required supporting materials, the application fee, and cost acknowledgement, which allows the township to recover peer reviews costs. Planning staff then review the submission to confirm all prescribed materials and fees have been provided. We have 30 days to identify any missing items or issue a notice of complete application or a notice of incomplete application. If the notice of complete application is issued, this notice confirms that the application meets all requirements and formally starts the clock. From that point, the township has 120 days to process and make a decision. If no decision is made within that window, the applicant has the right to appeal to Ontario Land Tribunal. Next slide, please. This is step 3, notification of public meeting. This step is where the application becomes public, and it is an opportunity for residents, agencies, and council to engage with proposed subdivision. A notice of application and public meeting sign is posted on the. Do you have a question, Councilor Meadows? Yes. Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't, through the chair, I didn't know if we were allowed to ask questions while you're doing your presentation, or are we going to do all the questions after the presentation?
Mr. Sally, what would you prefer?
We can take questions while doing the presentation.
Okay.
Councilor Meadows, question.
Okay. Yeah, through the chair. With regards to page 6, you said the township then has 120 days to process and approve the application, after which time the applicant may appeal the lack of decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal. This decision, does it not have anything to do with council? Is it just staff at this particular junction? Because you said everything that's highlighted in gray is for council and everything in green is for basically staff, correct?
Through Mayor, yes, the 120 days line, like timeline starts from when we issue the notice of complete application, and within that 120 days, it includes like public meeting. Council should make a decision. Council should make a decision about the draft plan conditions and complete the whole process. Whatever the decision would be, approval or denial, it should have to be made within 120 days. And if we exceed that timeline, then applicant go to OLT.
Yeah, but this application is prior to any public meeting or anything, according to, because the notification of public meeting is in step 3. Step 2 is the complete application. So the township has 120 days. Does that come to council for authorization in that 120 days, or is it just staff that has knowledge of this application coming forward?
Chair, it comes to council within those 120 days. So staff has 30 days to review the notice of complete application. After 120 days, it comes to council for public meeting and decision meeting as well.
Well, that's the first time that council would know about an application coming forward is in step 2, correct?
It's step 3 for public meeting, and we will make a notification. That is the next slide.
Okay.
Through the chair to Mr. Sally, just a quick clarification for me. The 120-day clock does not start unless the application is absolutely complete, correct? So just because the application arrived to the township, you accepted it, it doesn't start from the acceptance date, it starts from when you deem it fully complete.
Through chair, yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Simpson?
Through the chair, since we're all asking questions, I'll just take it back to step 1, the pre-consultation phase. Are there, when a developer or a potential application comes forward, are there provincially mandated requirements with regards to which reports, studies, and plans are needed? How do we tell them which reports and studies are needed? I mean, I'm looking at here, there's one for like sunshade analysis, right? Like, do we just throw everything at them? Do we tell them this is what we need and then that's it? Or are we also, throughout the process adding in other reports that we want to see?
Through Chair to Councillor Simpson, as I have discussed in that slide, that it depends upon the proposal, on-site features, environmental constraints, natural heritage constraints, surrounding land uses, agricultural or non-agricultural it is. We make a list of studies based on that information. And if we discover more information through the process, we can ask for more details and more information. And for I would say for some specific example, for any study you need clarification on, we can provide that information. And Greg, if you want to add something to that.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Simpson. So you had mentioned about, are there any provincially prescribed reports? And yes, there are. An example being, if you're in an area of archaeological potential, the regulations under the subdivision regulations do require that an archaeological assessment be provided as part of that application. So that's one example. On one of the previous slides, we had about 9 studies. Those are some of the typical studies. Some are prescribed and some are just a typical requirement, such as stormwater management, planning justification, functional servicing report, traffic. Some of these are just the common ones. With the ones that you see on the screen right now, it's very specific to the application. For instance, there's a spray analysis for golf courses. I mean, something that would be very rarely required. It would be, just specific to a subdivision that maybe had a golf course component to it to assess, errant balls going and maybe impacting adjacent land uses. So it is determined by staff through the pre-consultation process what studies, prescribed and other studies, are required in order for the municipality to effectively process and ultimately recommend approval of this development. So that's what occurs through the pre-con process.
Thank you. And if I might ask one more, and I suspect that is the case for other applications of other types as well, not just for subdivisions, correct? One of the questions that I've had residents reach out to me about when they're going through the planning phase is, there are certain instances when, a survey isn't required, but then they go through the process and then they find out that, maybe they're too close to a lot line, and then a stop work order is issued at the, once they're in substantial works, right? Are we putting in place measures to capture these issues right at the pre-consultation stage and not at a later date?
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Simpson. Yes, absolutely. The scenario that you described is often one that occurs through pre-consultation for minor various consent, for instance. Somebody wants to construct an accessory building. Through the pre-consultation process, we will describe, the zoning provisions with respect to that accessory use, exactly where it needs to be, set back from the side yard, front yard, rear yard. So through pre-consultation, we can usually address those situations with respect to the siting of a building or structure on a piece of property. So that's why pre-consultation is such an important process in the development application.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for that answer.
You're welcome.
And just want to also note that I think it would be beneficial, like if we have some sort of internal documentation that can be provided to applicants that list out all the parameters for what studies might be required and what thresholds require those studies to be done. Because I know some residents have expressed frustration at, what point, do we get told that we need to do this other thing, right? And so if we have some sort of documentation that just lists it out right at the beginning that they get as, part of that pre-consultation package that just says, hey, these are all the list of things that could potentially happen, and these are the thresholds where those issues would be relevant, right? Then they are aware of it or deemed to be aware of it because we have given them notice of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. And if you just, everybody has actually that on their desk. That checklist has been provided, and it's, from my understanding, and Greg, you can explain further, but I believe that's going on our website for residents so that they can look at this before they even come in and ask what they're doing. But Greg, you could explain further.
Yep, through your worship to Councillor Simpson. Absolutely. As part of the pre-consultation process, we sit down, we have a conversation about the proposed development. We talk about those items, setbacks, siting of buildings and structures. We also talk about the types of applications, planning applications that are required for them to ultimately get approval for what they'd like to do. And we list out, you need a planning report. Maybe they're putting a building close to the top of a slope, for instance. We can't say it has to be exactly here because the slope stability assessment, which is a requirement of the application, will determine that setback. So we list all of the studies and reports in a letter that follows the personal pre-consultation session. So applicants do have a formal record of all of the requirements.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the CAO for further comment, and then I've got two more questions, I believe, on the side. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. Since it was brought up, I just wanted to, just a couple things. Number one, as an example of how the process is iterative as applications come in, the manager just mentioned an archaeological assessment as an example. So oftentimes there's a phase one archaeological assessment. As that comes back and determines what is actually around and the history of the site, there may be a request for a phase two or even a phase three. So it is a iterative process. So it is not just kind of what you see here. It's, well, we ask for certain documents, we review them and analyze them, and then could potentially ask for additional information or additional documents. So just wanted to point that out. The second thing is, as it's noted here on the screen with step one, I believe there's about 56 processes here and things that the planners go through to take a look at to understand what could be brought to the site. So in a subdivision, this is sort of what staff think about all of these 56 things plus more as the manager mentioned slope stability, which I don't believe is on here. And again, it also depends on what type of application comes in. So as noted within the handout, it could just be a zoning amendment or consent or a site plan. Again, that is different rigor on those particular applications. What we're looking at here today is an overall of a subdivision process, which is usually the most complicated process as it comes in for development, but there are other processes that we haven't really got into with the presentation other than the checklist. So if council does want to come in and learn more about these other planning processes or development processes, please come in and talk to staff. And today, again, like I said, we're kind of focused on the subdivision, which is the most complicated one. But there are obviously others, as mentioned today by Councillor Simpson. So just wanted to clarify, point that out, and give some additional information. Thank you.
Okay, I've got Councillor Borzos and then Councillor Meadows.
Thank you. Through the chair, I may have heard an answer, but I'm going to ask the question regardless. So what we are looking at here, the checklist is specifically for subdivision planning. It's not for me if I buy a piece of land and I want to build my own house. Am I looking at the same checklist or is it a different list?
Your worship, it's like we modify the same checklist, like depending upon the scale of the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Meadows.
Yeah, since we're on the treaty lands of the Indigenous peoples, are they part of this process anywhere, especially when we're putting an outflow location from the wastewater treatment plant into the water systems? I'm just curious.
Your worship to Councillor Meadows. The answer is yes. We will be circulating development applications to the First Nations The Chippewa bands that are in our areas, Chippewas of Rama, Chippewas of Georgina Island, and Beausoleil First Nations. Those are the Tri-Council Chippewa bands that will be circulated on future development applications.
And where are supplemental? Where is that in the process? Is that after the development's gone through, or is it right at the very beginning when the project's? Because I didn't see it in any of the steps, so I'm just curious on when that happens in the process.
So I think Garrett, that's probably going into next step 3 for information for public meetings and things like that. So I'm sure they can speak to that slide.
Okay.
Thank you, through your worship. Step 3, notification of public meeting. This step is where the application becomes public. It's an opportunity for residents, agencies, and council to engage with the proposed subdivision. A notice of application and public meeting sign is posted on the subject property at least 20 days before the meeting. All property owners within 120 meters receive mailed notice, and the application materials are posted to the township's website. Planning staff circulate the application to internal departments, external agencies, and indigenous communities for comment, including conservation authorities, school boards, utility providers, and county officials as well. Technical reports and engineering plans are peer reviewed by Greenlands Consulting to ensure compliance with applicable standards. These reviews are paid by the applicant. Planning staff prepare a preliminary report to council summarizing the proposal and an early feedback. At the public meeting, council hears directly from residents, agencies, and stakeholders. This is a key moment for council to listen, ask questions, and understand community concerns, but no decision is made at this stage. The applicant may revise their proposal based on the feedback received. Next slide, please. Step 4 is recommendation report and draft plan approval. Once all the comments have been received and peer reviews are complete, planning staff prepare a recommendation report for council. This report summarizes the proposal, outlines technical findings, and includes recommended conditions of draft plan approval. The report includes input from internal departments, external agencies, and peer reviewers, covering everything from servicing and stormwater to environmental and archaeological concerns. Staff also confirm whether the proposal aligns with official plan, zoning bylaw, and applicable provincial policies. If staff recommend approval of the application, staff will also identify the conditions of draft plan approval that council would include in any approval decision. These are the examples of typical draft plan conditions that a subdivision approval might include. They generally cover requirements for agreements with the township or other authorities, ensuring the design and construction of services like water, sewers, stormwater, roads, and parks, as well as financial obligations, land dedications, and other infrastructure or environmental measures. Essentially, these conditions ensure that development proceeds in an orderly, safe, and community-minded way before any construction begins. Next slide, please.
I'm just going to pause there for a moment to ask one question. So if there was at the public meeting and there was a request for information made by council or another agency for a particular study to be completed, would that form part of a potential recommendation or a draft plan approval that study or additional study be completed as part of that requirement, or could it be?
Through your worship, yes, we can look into that. Like once the council or public member recommends, we look into provincial policies and our official plan and zoning bylaws. If and from comment from the agencies, we have more information from there also. So we can make that a recommendation as part of condition.
Okay, and that's what I just wanted to clarify, like that would be a condition of draft plan approval type thing. So we wouldn't delay the process is what I'm trying to get at.
That's correct, Your Worship. We can make these requirements a condition of draft plan approval. In addition, if there's a certain requirement, a certain study that's necessary to sort of ensure that the principle of development is feasible, then certain studies will have to be done, I'll say, upfront, rather than being deferred to a condition of draft plan approval. But it really is just a conversation to be had between the municipality and the requesting agency to determine timing.
For sure.
And if I could also add, through your worship, back to Councillor Meadows' inquiry about First Nations. So at the time that the applications are circulated to external agencies, that would be the time that the First Nations would also be notified of the subdivision project. So that's the timing for notification. In addition to First Nations, there is a prescribed list of agencies that we have to circulate based on the Planning Act regulations. It includes natural gas providers, hydro providers, Canada Post, conservation authorities. So we do, as part of our circulation, it's a fairly broad circulation to all those prescribed. The legislation doesn't say specifically that you must circulate the Indigenous communities, but we do so anyway.
Councillor Simpson.
Thank you. Through the chair. So if it's possible that additional studies could be requested during the public meeting portion, and keeping in mind that some subdivisions do in fact take 20 years to come to fruition, are there timelines or deadlines for these studies? Do they expire? Are there provincial legislation that guides the validity of the studies, and do those studies need to be redone?
Through your worship to Councillor Simpson, yes, there are situations where studies need to be updated. So 20 years ago, if there was a hydrogeological assessment that was done in support of a development, and for whatever reason, the development was slow to advance, and 20 years later, there's a good chance that we would ask that the findings of that hydrogeological report be confirmed, or that an addendum be completed to confirm certain assessments are still valid. Another thing too is that draft subdivision approval is for a minimum of 3 years. It can be longer than 3 years. I could say 5 years is often a common number given the amount of work that's involved in subdivisions, servicing, construction, et cetera. So if a subdivision is not final approved and registered within that 3 to 5 years, it requires an extension to that approval. And through the extension process is an opportunity for a municipality to reassess the conditions of approval. Do they meet current standards? Do they meet current provincial policy? And amendments can be made to those conditions. Additional conditions can be added to the approval. So that's an opportunity to sort of look back and see if the conditions are still valid or not.
Okay, Councillor Meadows.
Yeah, in saying that, I remember sitting here not too long ago, and we asked the developer, because of the changes with his draft plans in one of the Barzo lands. I remember Mayor Anderson had some good ideas that he wanted to put into the plan, and unfortunately, I don't think they got put into the plan, not to my knowledge anyways. If council wants to make a decision on something, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to get what we want. Is that correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Meadows, council is the decision maker with respect to subdivisions. I know the example that you've referenced was sort of unique in the sense that it was a decision that was made by the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the township is an active party to that process, and through any approval can request specific conditions be included. Another example similar to what I was just mentioning, there will come a time if that subdivision doesn't advance within its draft approval window that there will be another opportunity for the municipality to say, okay, just make up a number, 5 years has gone by. We as a municipality have changed our engineering standards, for instance, and we would like to amend some of the technical conditions, for instance, or possibly even the mix and range of uses on site could be open to discussion. But I guess the short answer is there is opportunity for change to the approval.
A supplemental? Well, I notice here you have the draft plan of subdivision approvals must be for a minimum of 3 years, but maybe longer time frame at the discretion of council. Now, I've sat here and I've seen the draft plan approvals, the extensions be given time after time after time on this development. Since I was sitting on council the very first time in 2014. Most of the time they came through council, but there was other times where they never came through council and they got an extension through the OLT. So they just bypassed council altogether, which I don't think is right. It seems like the OLT is making decisions for everybody. We're supposed to do what's best for our community in these builds and in these developments. But it seems like the OLT is overriding everything that the councils are directing the developers to do. So I don't see the point of us making any decisions if it's every decision we make at this council table is going to be overridden by the OLT in the future. So there's got to be some leeway here between the OLT and what council's decisions are in these developments. We know our communities better than the OLT does. They're just a bunch of people sitting on a board that have no idea what goes on in our community or the area that these subdivisions are going in, yet they're making these crucial decisions for everybody on council, which I think is wrong. So that's why this process looks good on paper, but in actuality, it's not working. That's my opinion, but that's the way I see it, and it scares me because we don't know what these developments are going to look like in the future. We're making the decisions here, and it's being ignored. So I don't know.
Mr. Merrick, if you'd like to attempt.
Through your worship to Councillor Meadows. Yeah, what's in the presentation is the typical process, speaking without an appeal and without it going to the tribunal. Council does have that decision-making power when there is an appeal and it goes to the tribunal. There's settlements to be had amongst the parties. At the end of the day, the tribunal is the decision maker. That moves from the municipality to the tribunal's hands. When a tribunal makes a decision, further extensions to the tribunal's decision have to go through the tribunal again. But there is an opportunity for the municipality to provide commentary on whether there should be an extension, the duration of that extension. There is a process, but ultimately it is the tribunal's decision.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to the CO for clarification, but I wanted to just ask one question on this. And if there's a large development and we know, or staff knows, that it's going to take longer than 5 years, would that be a recommendation that staff could make potentially to say, we recommend you do a 7 or 8 or 9 year window right off the hop, so there is no need to have to worry about these extensions? Because I think personally, sitting here for a number of years, you kind of see what a small development is versus a large development and how long that could potentially take. And if you're up front at the start and say, we're going to give you 7 years to do this because we know how large a development is, that might be a better way of looking at it than just saying, we're going to give you 3 and then just keep coming back for extensions.
To answer your question, your worship, yes, you're correct. I mean, if you're anticipating that there's a lot of earthworks, pre-servicing, it's a larger subdivision with a larger number of units, it may be a phased development, that yes, by all means, choose a longer approval time period, because otherwise, if you go with the 3-year, you're just coming back. It's just an administrative burden in a way. So if the municipality and council are comfortable knowing that it's going to take longer than 3 years, then a longer approval period is quite reasonable.
Okay, thank you. And CO?
Thank you, Worship. And as the manager noted, it is a decision of council to do that extension. So again, I think this is why this presentation and this process and this understanding is so important, because it can be, as noted in step 4, could go to the OLT. And as the councillor mentioned, once it does get to the OLT, there are some certain rights and approvals that are taken away from the municipality to the OLT. So with respect to that, and I've seen it over and over again in my career, I think what is important because of that process, or because of that part of the process, is that staff and the municipality work hand in hand with the developers to try to get the best product that we can as a municipality that we want. Oftentimes, and unfortunately, the litigious nature is getting more and more common, where developers take municipalities or their development to the OLT more quickly nowadays than they used to. And unfortunately, that's the way it's progressing. But I think that's why it's important to have an understanding of this process and to see what information and what approvals we can do and how we can work hand in hand with the developers to ensure that we get the best development that we can, specifically here for subdivisions, because it is as the council points out, our future. So again, as we work our way through the process, as council keeps that in mind, there is a part of that step 4 going to the OLT, but we as staff try to ensure that we work with the developer so that we don't have to go that way, and that they can work with us for what council sees as the best way forward for that subdivision. So again, unfortunately, it has been going that way that I've seen throughout my career. But again, as we do this, we'll try to minimize that for Adjala-Tosorontio. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? I guess we are on step 4. So are there, I'm not sure if you wanted to go through that quickly as well. I don't think you did do that, so we could do that first.
Thank you, Your Worship. Step 4. Council's role here is pivotal. Councils review the report, consider public and agency feedback, and decide whether to grant draft plan approval. If approved, the conditions attached to the draft plan become binding. They must be satisfied before final registration. If council choose not to approve, or if there is a delay beyond the statutory timeline, that was 120 days as mentioned before, the applicant may appeal to Ontario Land Tribunal. If approval, the draft plan of subdivision must be granted for a minimum of 3 years, but council may choose longer time frame. A notice of decision must be issued within 15 days of council's decision, which formally communicates the outcome to the applicant and triggers the appeal window. Next slide, please. We are on step 5, appeal to Ontario Land Tribunal. Once council makes a decision, there is a 20-day appeal window starting from date of issuance of notice of decision under the Planning Act. This is where the process may shift from local control to Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeals can be filed by the applicant, a public body, or any person or the minister who made oral or written submissions before council's decision. It is important to note that third-party appeals by area residents are generally not permitted. If no appeals are received, planning staff issue a notice of no appeals, and the file proceeds towards final approval. If an appeal is received, staff compile the record and forward it to OLT. Council is notified at the next scheduled meeting, where staff will seek direction on how to proceed. Council may choose to request party or participant status in the appeal proceedings, depending upon the nature of the appeal. The OLT has the authority to dismiss, approve, or modify the subdivision with or without conditions.
Councilor Meadows?
Through the chair. I'm kind of, it says township council may choose to request party or participant status. I don't understand that part because that would have to be council as a whole, not one councillor, correct? That would have to be, so how would that work? Would we sit, everybody on count, like a quorum of council sit on, go to the board, or how does that work?
Through your worship to Councillor Meadows, no, it would be, we would provide a staff report advising of the appeal and asking for direction as to how to proceed. Council would consider how it wanted to be involved in the appeal and future case management conferences, future hearings, and it would assign a representative. That representative could be the director of planning, the manager of planning. Council would also decide to bring on a solicitor to oversee the appeal from its perspective. So it wouldn't be that all the council members had to be directly involved in the hearing process. It's more council's decision as to who they want to assign to represent the municipality from a staff and a legal perspective.
To the chair. When we send, I guess this is more directed to the mayor, when we make a decision on, like when we ask the lawyer to represent us or whatever, would our planning department also be involved in that process, or is it just the lawyer that we're sending to represent the township?
No, this would follow normal procedure, what we've done in the past. So council makes a decision to defend or not defend something, and if we want to defend something, staff would coordinate that with our legal team, and they would represent us. So it's a collaborative effort.
It's coordinated. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Next slide, please. We are on step 6 now, clearance of conditions. Once council grants draft plan approval, the applicant must satisfy all conditions before moving toward final registration. This step is technical and often time consuming, involving coordinating with multiple clearance agencies. Each agency with conditions attached to draft approval must provide written clearance to planning staff, confirming their requirements have been met. Clearance agencies typically include Enbridge, Ontario Hydro, Bell Canada, Canada Post, school boards, conservation authorities, County of Simcoe, Ministry of Transportation, and Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. These conditions are formalized in the subdivision agreement, which the owner must sign. The agreement includes clauses tailored to each agency's needs. For example, Bell Canada may require easement for telecom services, and any conflicts with existing infrastructure must be resolved at applicant's expense. Enbridge Gas requires street to be graded to final elevation before installing gas lines along with survey data. Planning staff track these clearances and confirm when all the conditions have been satisfied. Next slide, please. Now we are on to step 7, subdivision and other agreements. Before the township enters into the full subdivision agreement, certain works may proceed under separate agreements, especially if the development is staged. If the developer wishes to begin early works like grading or servicing, the township may enter into earthworks agreement or a pre-servicing agreement provided the necessary plans have been submitted and approved. The earthwork agreement allows initial grading, vegetation removal, subject to approved grading, drainage, and erosion and sedimentation control plans. The pre-servicing agreement permits early installation of infrastructure, including municipal water and wastewater systems, stormwater facilities, and roads. It also covers utilities like hydro, telecom, and gas within the road right-of-way. These agreements are optional, but often used to help developers stay on schedule while the full subdivision agreement is being finalized. Next slide, please. Once all conditions are cleared and the township is ready to finalize the subdivision, we move into the formal agreement and registration phase. The applicant provides a final paper and Mylar copies of the subdivision plan, known as the M plan. This must match the previously approved draft plan. The Director of Planning, Building and Bylaw Services has delegated authority to sign and approve M plans. Once signed, the plans are hand-delivered to the Land Registry Office in Barrie for registration. At that appointment, the township and developer may also register any related easements, inhibiting orders, or land transfers. After registration, the M plans are uploaded to the township's development tracking database and website. Planning staff then send formal notice to the builder and approval agencies, confirming that the subdivision agreements and plans have been registered. Slide 14, please. This final step confirms that the subdivision is legally registered and ready for development. It marks the transition from planning to implementation. The applicant provides final copies of, next slide, please. I'm repeating the same slide. So we are on step 9 now, municipal infrastructure, acceptance and assumption. This final step deals with transition of municipal infrastructure from developer to the township. It's a multi-year process that ensures all constructed works meet our standards and are properly maintained before assumption. Once the infrastructure is reportedly built to approved municipal standards, township engineering staff and the developer's engineer conduct an on-site review. If the works are confirmed, the township issue acceptance, and a portion of the developer's securities can be released. After a 2-year maintenance period, a second walkabout is conducted to confirm that any deficiencies have been addressed. Once confirmed, the township issues assumption and the remaining securities are released. At that point, the township becomes responsible for ongoing operations and maintenance. This step is overseen by our engineering team, and any detailed question about infrastructure standards, inspections, or securities can be directed to Chris, our CAO. Next slide, please. To close, we have included a simplified flow chart that outlines the full subdivision process, that is the slide 17th, from pre-consultation to registration. This visual guide will be available on Township's website to help inform residents and applicants. On the left, we have included the definition of plan of subdivision and a reminder that the township is the approval authority under the Planning Act. External agencies, including the county conservation authorities, school boards, and utility providers, play a key role in technical review and ensuring broader policy alignment. Finally, the principles are listed here to reflect the vision of our official plan. They guide every decision we make, from protecting natural heritage and agricultural land to supporting sustainable infrastructure and vibrant communities. Thank you again, Your Worship and members of Council, for your time and attention. And that's the final presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any additional questions through to our planning department or CIO? Mr. Meadows.
Yes, thank you for the presentation, Kartik. Very well done. And also you, Greg. Appreciate you guys coming in and giving it to us. We've been asking this for quite some time, and I have just a few things that I'd like to bring forward with regards to this development. One of them is the master servicing plan. When it was originally done was back in 2013, I believe, 2014 and around there. The master servicing plan is over 10 years old. Are we going to be looking to put amendments in for a new master servicing plan for that development going forward, because of the fact they've gone from, I think it's 450 homes all the way up to 2000, well, I'm talking about the Barzo land basically is over doubled, 855, is it?
The Barzo lands?
The Barzo lands. Has that been bumped up in size
Yes,
to 800 and something, is it?
larger than that,
Is it larger?
around 1,300.
1,300 homes? So because it's over doubled, should we not have an amended master servicing plan for that development and a new environmental study done?
So I'm going to go to the CIO on that question.
Through your worship, the presentation was, as noted, kind of a generality of the subdivision process itself. As we get into specifics of a specific subdivision, again, I would be maybe a little bit more cautious, again, without having a history of it. I'm not sure what was presented publicly and what wasn't. But at this time, right now, I believe that the total for all of the far site lands that include the R&M and the Barzo lands, it's approximately 19,067 homes.
1,900.
1,967 homes, thank you. And so again, with regard to the information that I've seen with regard to the MSP and the EA, it actually encompasses all of those numbers with respect to the wastewater treatment plant. So as it is being contemplated, there are additional EAs that need to be done and ECAs that also need to be done as the development progresses. So they would have to go in and do an EA for certain expansions of that plant and an ECA for expansions of those plants. So those will need to be provided to the township and obviously the province as an approval authority as they move forward with more and more homes. So I believe, if I remember correctly, and hope I do, the first phase basically is 850, I believe it's cubic meters per day. I talk in flow as opposed to home sometimes. But anything above and beyond that would need additional submissions with regard to those approvals.
Supplemental
Approvals.
Yes, Councilor Mills.
Yeah, well, even still, like we're talking over double the amount of homes going into the same area, over double. And I find it hard to believe that we're going to be using the same numbers for the master servicing plan for the infrastructure of this development. To me, it doesn't make sense, especially when the provincial policy statement has changed so drastically over those 12 years now that we've been putting this on hold. So each one of those units now has the ability to have extra residential space for like subletting out the houses. Like you can have a triplex in one location or a duplex or whatever to rent out. So you're going to double even what's recommended for that development. So I truly think that we should have some sort of amendment to the amounts of affluent going into the creek and also other things with regards to that. So to say that the master servicing plan is okay, I tend to disagree. Anyway.
Okay, I'll go back to the CIO.
Thank you, Worship. Again, if the master servicing plan is only up to that 850 cubic meters per day, then definitely we would be asking for that. I believe my recollection again, and I can report back to council on this without having the information in front of me. My apologies, I didn't realize that we were getting into to these kind of specifics. But it's my understanding that the master servicing plan was for, I believe it was 3,627 cubic meters per day. And the EA for the plant is based off of that also. But the EA and the ECA also take a look at the phasing of that. So any particular phasing has to, again, go through the rigor of an additional EA. But I believe that the MSP, as it's called here, I believe that is for the full extent. So again, it is basically an approval point, And so the EA is only up to a certain point, and then for any extension, the EA based on the master plan would have to then be approved for the next phase. Similar to the ECA for the plant itself. That is, I do know that one is only for the 850 cubic meters per day. So anything above and beyond that, they would have to then come back and get approval from the ministry and provide to the township for that one.
Supplemental. With regards to the master servicing plan, from my recollection, is still based on 2.64 people per household. Is that correct?
Again, I'd have to take a look into it. I don't have the specifics with me.
Well, if it hasn't changed any, then that's exactly the numbers that they're basing it on.
Yes, and again, for clarity, the infrastructure is based on flow. So again, depending on what actually happens with regard to the flow, we make an assumption with regard to people per unit. In engineering, we make an assumption with regard to people per unit and a flow per person. And so that is an estimate that is provided, but the actual flows once the sewage starts flowing and the water starts flowing, again, that's a determination of actuals. So right now, any process within the subdivision development process is based on theoreticals from best practice engineering with regard to those kind of assumptions. It is only after the water starts flowing that we can measure the actuals, whether it be through the water meters hooked up to the homes or the sewage through the plant or sometimes pump stations. That's when the actual measurements go. But as we design, we go through those best practice engineering theoreticals.
Okay, Councillor Borzos.
Through the chair to the CEO, I get that logic, but I think we have a really good thing on our hand here with Colgan, where we actually have an exemplar, and we can establish our baseline not based on theoreticals and not on assumptions, but actually we can measure flow rates because we have a working, functioning wastewater treatment facility. We have a working, functioning water system there, and assuming that the Farside subdivision will commence in the next 2-3 years, occupancy numbers are similar, in my opinion, or will be similar in Everett to the ones in Colgan. So instead of speaking theoreticals, why can't we just establish that based on actual numbers and then decide if we actually need another review of any kind of a master servicing plan?
CEO.
Through your worship, that's not exactly how it works in engineering. The theoretical numbers are based on historical averages. So we do use those numbers. However, when you get to specifics, it depends on size of homes. It depends on number of people in the homes. It also can even depend on how many people, say, are working at, say, a plant in Alston at the Honda plant. Well, the different shifts then have different peaks in the different valleys. So each is actually unique. So it depends on multi-res. It depends on how much industry there are. Depends on the commercial entity. Depends how many schools are in the area. Depends on if it's a young family or an older family. So if it's a retirement area, for example, that's totally different numbers. So again, I think the actuals are very difficult to understand until we actually get the actuals. And that's why in engineering, we use the theoreticals based on kind of the averages. Now, again, we do go and see what type of product is being built through the subdivision process. If it is a multi-story high-rise, for example, those are different theoretical numbers than single-family townhomes. If it is attached homes, again, those are theoretically different numbers too. So kind of depends on the individual subdivision and the process, how it's laid out, where it is collectively. And again, and then basically say different cultures in the area as an example. Sometimes you have multifamily generational homes and sometimes you don't. So all of those are put into the average numbers when it comes to engineering. So we can narrow it down a little bit. But again, at the end of the day, it's what actually flows is what it means for the river itself or the receiving body itself at that time.
Follow-up.
To the chair, to the CEO, I understand all that part of it. However, like you pointed it out, you're looking at historicals, you're looking at something that doesn't exist. So how can we have historicals? Because Everett does not have a subdivision anything near similar to what is proposed to be built there. As a matter of fact, the entire township doesn't have a subdivision other than the one in Colgan that is similar or almost identical to, because I mean, density-wise and layout and number of homes, I mean, that is as close as you're going to get, and you can use that as historical numbers because technically they are historical. They have been built already, so they are not current. Therefore, I don't see why we could not actually do some actuals and derive some baselines from those numbers. And whatever the numbers were established 15 years ago when nobody knew how this is going to be. That's just my comment. Thank you.
Would you wish to comment on that, Mr. Kalamadu?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Again, when I say historicals that we use for the average engineering numbers, that's historical, usually province-wide or area-wide. So that's what we use. And again, with regard to Everett in particular, again, as noted, the EA and the ECA are at a lower number, but the wastewater plant itself is much larger with that 3,627 cubic meters to hold more. So we will be getting actual numbers as the flow starts. And there are those checks and balances within the expansion of those modular pieces as we move forward. So if there is more flow than expected per household, there is a check and balance there. But again, there is a determining factor with regard to what the plant is built for and what the receiving body would be able to take. So there is a check and balance for, in the future, we'll get those actual numbers before the next phase goes through, if we could put it that way. So again, I wouldn't want to comment on how those particular engineering numbers are very specific, as that comes through a lot of data and a lot of engineering that I wasn't privy to, but it is numbers that I have used in the past. So again, I wouldn't want to question the other professional engineers' opinions and expertise, but that is just what is being used.
I'll just take the rest of it offline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Leary.
Through the chair, I understand what Miklos is asking for, and I think it can be resolved easily, because what our CAO is talking about is design criteria. And in order to, you need a base point to start from. And with the base point, now you have your criteria, but to do a comparison, all you would have to do is do a census in the Colgan development, extract like how many houses, how many people, and then go to your water tower and take the capacity of water that's being discharged into that subdivision, and there your comparisons would be, because what goes in comes out. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. If it has to, it will balance out. So I think that internally we could probably do a comparison.
Any further questions, particularly since we have Mr. Sally and Mr. Merrick here to answer any questions with regards to the presentation that we've heard? All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. All right, so there is a recommendation for the presentation, and the recommendation is that the presentation from Kartik Sally, planner regarding subdivision approval process overview be received. The mover, please. Councillor Borzos, second by Councillor Meadows. All those in favor? That's carried. All right, so that takes us into item 5, which is closed session, and 5.1 is the recommendation to go in camera. So the recommendation is that pursuant to section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio convened in closed session at 12:09 PM to address the following item. And the item is confidential presentation from Chris Kalamutu, CIO, the proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality with regards to Everett development. And do I have a mover for that recommendation? Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor O'Leary. And all those in favor? That's carried. And we are now in closed session. All right, so we are going to come out of our in-camera session. So there is a recommendation here that Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio reconvene in open session at 3:56 p.m. And report on closed session item. So that is the recommendation. To move for that, Councillor Meadows, seconded by Councillor Simpson. And before I carry the question, just acknowledging that council did meet in closed session with regards to a confidential item with regards to the Everett development, and there is nothing to report at this time. All those in favor? And that is carried. And we're on to 6.1, which is the confirmation bylaw. The bylaw 2025-060 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio at its regular council meeting held on November 28th, 2025 be enacted. Mover, please. Councillor Borzo, seconded by Deputy Mayor Laux. All those in favor? And that is carried. And before we adjourn, I just did also want to acknowledge that during closed session, Councillor O'Leary did have to leave, so he is not present at the time. And also acknowledging that we have a special council meeting as well coming up next Wednesday afternoon. I believe it's starting at 3 p.m. And it's now 3:57 and I'll adjourn the meeting.